Hello, welcome to Let's Get Social. Happy Friday. Today we are going to be doing McCalls 8555, and we are doing view we're doing view B. I was thinking we were going to do view A, we're going to do view B, but we are doing all one color. Um, but yes, we are doing view B. So I'm excited about that. I did do quite a bit of prep work preparing for this sew along. I didn't get through every single thing I wanted to get done, but I got through like 90% of it. So my hope is that we're going to be able to just smooth sail through this sew along. So anyway, if you've made this before, drop me a comment, drop it in the chat, because I need to know who I can phone a friend if I run into any challenges um, during this sew along. So, with that said, let's not waste any time. Let's dive right into it so we can chop it up and get it done. I'm excited about trying this on. Um, so yeah, hi Gaynell, welcome. Thank you for stopping by. Hi Helen, happy Friday to you both. So thank you for joining. I appreciate you as always. All right, we're gonna dive right into this. Let me move my cell phones to the side. So I have just tell you a little bit of the prep work I did in advance. I put the darts in. I serged everything, the lining and the main fabric, and that's really it. That's all I did. But that took a long time to do all those pieces. It is only 7 pieces, but because I'm doing the longer, it's a lot of fabric. I'm also doing for my main fabric. I selected a sheer fabric. So it's going to be a little interesting. I selected this sheer see-through fabric for my main fabric, and then I selected this like silky type of fabric for the lining fabric. This is actually not lining material. This is regular material. Like I could have made the main dress out of this material, but it is going to be the lining because it's complementary to this and you can see right through this as you can see. So I needed to have something that looked pretty decent that you could see. So with that said, let's get into it. The first thing that we are going to do, which the first step is to interface piece 3 and 4. And I already did that too. I interfaced piece 3 and 4. So then the next thing we do is we're going to put gathers in piece 1, which is the piece that is going to go around the bust area. So let me grab piece 1 so that we can interface. We can put, so that we can put some gathers in piece 1. So ladies, are you all working on anything this week? Sewing anything? I don't know what is going on with me today. I feel like I just feel so drained and I'm not really sure why. I did a lot of driving yesterday, but I slept good last night. Um, so I'm not really sure why I'm feeling so drained today. I was a little like I feel like I need some coffee or a Red Bull or something, but um, I haven't had any of those things. So, but that's how I feel. I feel like I need like this pick me up. I just feel really drained. I hope I'm not getting sick. Maybe I need to drink more water. I don't know. Water's like the magic. Like I feel like anytime something's wrong, my first thing I want to do is let me drink more water, see if that fixes it. And it does a lot of the time. So I need to drink more water and see if that gives me a little energy boost. I'm just cutting all these little tails off. All right, so we're putting in, and y'all know normally I would put on my ruffle foot because I love it, and I do have it right here. I should just do that. I am going to just do that. Why not? Because I do like my ruffle foot. I haven't used it in a little while, so we're going to use that today. I'm going to switch it out. But the way that it's telling you to do it in the pattern is to basically put some basting stitches in around the circle part, which is going to be the cuff part. But I am going to basically just put some gathers in because I like that better. And this material is thin enough that if I need to make some adjustments, I can do that without difficulty. I will not have a problem. I will not have a problem. Okay, this is 64. Put 64 or 68. No, it's 68. Oh, what is it? See, that's what happens when you haven't used it in so long. You don't even know what it is. There we go. It is 86. I was all loud and wrong. I said 64, 68, it's 86. Hi, Michelle. You said it's too hot in Arizona to sew. No motivation. Look, I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. Arizona is a different kind of heat. I'm not going to say I don't mind it because I don't. Because the few times that I've been there, the handful of times, I actually don't mind the heat. It's no humidity and it's just hot. It's just dry heat, which if you have a preference for the heat, that would be it, right? All right, so let's put this on. So, got a little. You said dry heat is okay. Yes, it is. That would be my preference. Dry heat would be my preference. So here is the pattern. And we are doing view B, which is the same as view A, just longer. But we're doing all one fabric. We're not going to do the contrasting fabric. And so the main difference between A and B, A, B, and C is the bust area, how it is. That's the main difference that I can see. Oh yeah, you know what? The main difference is that this has the tie around the neck and this one doesn't. So that's the main difference. So it's not even the bust area, it's the tie around the neck part. All right, and I'm just going to do this beginning again because I need a little bit more. All right, there we go. So here's our little, you can see a little ruffle there. It's going to be enough to give us what we need at the bottom. You can't really see it, but when it's on the thing, it is going to give us the ruffle that we need. So let me do this one. Yeah, so I'll be honest with you. When I picked this, I thought this was a knit fabric. I did not realize that it was woven. So when I started looking at like, okay, what do I need for this? And I realized it was woven. I had to put back all the knit that I set aside. And a part of me started to do the knit anyway. And then I was like, yeah, I was going through my fabric in my drawers and I ran across this sheer fabric, which I planned to make a bathing suit cover with. And I was like, you know what? This would be a beautiful dress. And I got a lot of it actually. So I was like, I could make the bathing suit cover and still make the dress. So yeah. All right, so here we go with that. I don't know if you can see it, but it's basically enough to make it so that when it is in, it's going to have that little ruffled, gathered effect down the bottom. Part of me wants to do a little bit more, but I feel like it should be good to go. We should be all right. We should be. Okay, so I'm going to put this to the side. So that was the first thing to gather. And it's also telling us to do some basting stitches along the top as well. So I am going to do basting stitches to that instead of gathering. There we go. So I'm going to put this to the side. All right, there we go. Yes. So I'm going to put, it says 2 rows. I'm going to put in, and I'm going to change my stitch width to 5.0 because that's what I do, and pull out some of the beginning threads so I have a nice little tail to pull on. And I put my gathering stitches in the seam allowance. Hey Dee, thank you for joining. I don't know what that was. Not in the beginning. I'm not sure why. All right, I'm going to put another row in. Oh, wait a minute. Before I do that, let me just pull the tail a little bit so I have that. And all right, so one down, I'll put 2 gathering rows at the top, and I'm going to do this one as well. And one more row. Let me just pull that. All right, there we go. So we got both of our gathering rows in the top of our front bodice. I'm just going to stick these back together, and I am going to put them to my pattern piece. And the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to get out the ties, which is piece number 5. And I made my ties in the sheer material. Really, the navy blue material I'm only using as the lining. So everything else that doesn't have a lining is in this, unless it's something that is see-through, then I just basically do this and I added a lining even if it didn't require one, just because again it's see-through. So basically I'm taking this and I'm putting it right sides together, and I'm going to stitch it. And again, this is, you know, this is that sheer fabric, so it's going to be a little tricky working with this. Part of me wants to, I should press it, see if that'll make it lay flat before I press it. I mean, before I iron it, because it's, you know, when I was serging it, even though I tried to, like, you know how when you serge it, sometimes it'll cause like a ruffle effect or a gathering effect. I tried to like straighten it out a little bit, but I guess I didn't do good enough because I could see it's still a little bit like not flat. It's still kind of gathered a little bit, has that gathered effect to it. It's not too bad, but I could definitely tell the difference in how it lays compared to how it laid before I serged it. I'm just going to see if I press this a little bit, if that makes a difference. Probably not. Maybe. It's making the fabric wet, I can tell you that. All right. Let me get a paper towel. Wet my whole table up. You know what? I just realized I didn't turn this light on. I was like, why is it so dark? Because I did not turn the light on. All right, so fold the tie in half lengthwise. We did that with right sides together. Stitch, leaving the end and leaving end with small dot open. That's this end right here. There's a pointed end and there's a less pointed end, which is this one. So that's the one we're leaving open so we can turn it. All right, so I'm going to oh shoot, you know what? I just realized I did not set it back at 2.5. I was like, why is it gathering it? So let's try this again. Try this again. Here we go. Yeah, I might be going to dinner with some friends tomorrow, so I want to wear this dress tomorrow. So I'm determined, like I told y'all last week, that's always my motivation for finishing the things that I sew, because I wear it. I want to wear it. Thank you, Helen. So yeah, that is my motivation. So let's hope. I was hoping I'll finish this. We started 15 minutes late, so if anybody's keeping track. Now, you know what's going to be interesting? Trying to put this invisible zipper in this fabric. That's what's going to be interesting. Whether I have to try to do something different. Hi, Ironell. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday. D, are you working on anything? You sewing anything? This weekend, you got any projects? All right, and when we get to the end, we are going to pivot because, like I said, it is a point. So I'm just pivoting and going down this point. I'm gonna do a quick little backspace and that's it. All right, and now I gotta cut off all these 1,000,001 little tails because I was surging and I was not stopping, okay? I was just surging. And so everything got tails on it. So this is the, and I'm probably going to end up having to press this again. Why? Because it's not laying flat. It's still, I mean, it's not gathered, but it's not as flat as I want it to be. So the iron did help a little bit. And normally I would use a bodkin or something to turn it, but it's actually not that small, so it's turning pretty easily. I'm just kind of turning it inside out with my fingers. So far it's working. I have to go get a manicure and a pedicure desperately, but because we are under attack by these lantern flies, which I am scared to death of. I do not want them on me. And they are like parked in front of the nail place that I go to. So I haven't been and I need to go desperately. I'm going to try to see if I can go tomorrow. But they don't seem as active when it's raining. And I've been waiting for the rain. I'm like, when is it going to rain so I can go get my nails done? And then a friend of mine was like, oh, you need to get one of those like mobile people. I'm like, if anybody knows a mobile person in the DMV, let me know. Because at this point, this is why I get my natural color, because when it grows out like this, it doesn't look as horrible. But I'm not putting my hands in front of nobody's face, that's for sure. Oh, you saw him with Carmen on Sunday. Okay, that should be nice. Okay, what are y'all sewing? I haven't looked at the schedule. What are y'all sewing on Sunday? Unfortunately, I'm flying. I just got back in town last night, and I'm flying back out on Sunday. So I have it's going to be a whole fly day. I'm going to Montana, and it's not the easiest place to get to from the East Coast. So I'm going to literally spend the day at the airport. I got an early morning, huge layover. All right, there we go. We almost got it. If my nails was done, I'd be done by now. Crazy cute skirt. Oh, okay. You have a skirt pattern. All right. I have to check it out because I haven't seen it. I don't think you showed it to me. I can't remember. The last one I remember was the sweatsuit. I'm going to have to go and look at the schedule and see it. All right. Oh, well, I thought I had it. It's a little piece left. All right. So, oh, this is the point. Okay. All right. So, see what I mean by it is not laying as flat. It's got that little gathered look. So, I am going to press this down. It's not the worst thing in the world, but I think it would look better if it was pressed. I mean, if it was laying flat. So let me see if I can get it to do just that, lay flat. Oh, you said you launched it on July 12th. See, that should show you how much I'll be on social media now. Things about to slow down a little bit, at least for a couple weeks. So then I'll be able to try to get back into the groove a little bit more. Yeah, I think pressing it is making a big difference. It's looking more like a tie and less like a curly Q. All right, there we go. That's so much better. Part of me is glad I didn't cut off the seam allowance because that's giving it a little weight because this thing is so airy. I probably should have used some interfacing on this to give it a little bit more, or a very thin interface because I wouldn't want it to be too stiff, but the only problem with that is that you could see through it, so I don't know if that would have worked either, aesthetically anyway. All right, that looks a little bit better. It's flat, you can tell even from the screen that it's flat. Okay, so I'm gonna move, actually I'll put it right here. And now we're going to do the second tie. Just wipe this moisture. Let's see. Do you have any spray starch? You know what? I do have some in here somewhere. I do. I don't know where I packed it up at. It's in one of these boxes. But I do have some. And I didn't even think about that as an option. So thank you. So this one is actually a lot flatter. It's not as wrinkled as the other one. So I didn't do a good job with I didn't do a good job straightening this one out because this one is much more flatter. I mean, it's a big difference. So there's that. So I think if I like the way this dress turns out, I may end up doing it again in a knit just to get a feel for it. But this will give me a good idea of what my sizing will be, which, by the way, I cut a size 18 for this based on my measurements. 32 waist and 43 hips. So that put me in an 18 size, 18 pattern. Now, this dress has a lot of give in it. Has a lot of room in it, but I was like, it's easier to make it smaller than it is to make it bigger. So it has a lot of ease. That's what I meant to say. I was looking for that word. But I was very nervous about cutting it a smaller size just because it's woven and it's no stretch in this material. So it's too small. That's it. You're stuck. So I was like, well, it'll be easier if it's too big. It'll be so much easier for me to, it'll be work, but it'll be easier. And all my fabric won't go to waste if I can't fit it. I'll just spend all day Saturday morning fixing it. But let's hope that that's not the case. Let's hope that we can trust the pattern. That even sounds weird to say out loud, but let's hope we can trust McCalls. All right. Let me cut all these little tails off, and then we're going to turn this right side out. Yeah, this one is definitely flatter than the other one. So I did clearly a better job with flattening this one. So once we do this, the next thing that we are doing is we are actually going to be attaching these ties to the bodice piece that we put all of the gathers in. That is what we're going to be doing with this. So we're turning the tie right now. We're going to press this one just like we pressed the other one so they both lay flat. And then we are going to attach them to the bodice. So, oh, I didn't even say this to y'all. Oh my goodness. And nobody asked. I guess thank y'all for not asking and just like going with the flow. I appreciate y'all for that. But so last Friday, remember I said that we were doing something completely different. I was like, oh, we're doing this other, we're doing Know Me 2110. And I was telling y'all all about it, so excited. And then I realized, oh, that's next week. And before I had a chance, I was going to change it and do it today since I had already hyped it all up for today. But then I didn't reach out to Carmen, so she already had my whole schedule for the month. So she had already put out there that I was doing this dress, and I was like, well, we doing a dress. So, but it kind of works out because I did make a change. We are going to do Know Me 2110, the top next week, and then we're going to do the pants the following week. So at least it puts them back to back, which to me makes more sense than doing the top and then doing this dress and then doing the pants. So it kind of makes sense. Plus, I want to wear this dress tomorrow. So it was like, it worked out the way it was supposed to be. And I didn't have any extra time to make this dress and do the Know Me pattern because this is my sew time. So I have to use it wisely. So, but anyway, that is what happened. I got all mixed up and just got excited about the shirt because it is cute. But yeah, we will be doing that next Friday. Next Friday. And that's Nomi 2110. I think the top is view B and the pants are view A, if I remember correctly. But we're doing both. But next week, the top, and then the 22nd of August, we'll be doing the pants. All right. Now let's lay this flat and press it. Here we go. Please don't burn my fabric now. You've been doing good. All right. Hey, Seb. How are you? Okay. Sab, you sewn anything this weekend? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm hanging in there. I was saying earlier that for some reason, I don't know, today I just have been feeling really tired, drained. And I'm like, it's just out of the blue. I was like, I hope I'm not getting sick. I mean, I don't have any other symptoms other than just feeling tired. But I'm not used to not having like no energy. I feel like I need an energy drink. But other than that, I mean, I don't have a headache. I don't feel like I got allergies, even though my voice is getting a little crackly right now. I'm not sure what that's about. But maybe it is allergies. It's just not presenting the same. But other than that, I'm okay. I feel like maybe after another good night's sleep, because I have traveled this week. So all right. So we got our other tie done. Put that over my shoulder. Put the iron over here. Wipe up the moisture. Again, we're working on McCalls 8555. We're doing view B, but we're going to do all the same fabric, so no contrasting fabric. All right, so we have our front bodice pieces, and it is telling us to basically pin right sides together and pin our open part. Pin the open part of our tie. So again, you have one end that's pointed. You can see that it's pointed. I don't know if you could tell, but it's pointed. And one end that's straight. And we're taking that straight end, right sides facing. And you have two dots on this. Basically, the dots are at 5/8 of an inch to the end of each one of these. And you're basically putting this, you're lining it up with those two dots. It's kind of sitting like right in the middle. So it's right sides together, and we're going to stitch right across the top. Now let me read the instructions. Turn, tie, press, check, check. On the outside, pin the tie to the bodice front at the shoulder edge. matching the small and large dots, pulling up gathering stitches to fit, and then we're going to baste it. So basically it's like we do need to use our gathering stitches and kind of pull them in so that it all fits the width of our tie. And then we're going to do like a basting stitch right across the top. So if you could see that, that is, and make sure it's right sides facing, which mine was not. So right side, right side. So that's how it would look together, if you could see that. So I'm just going to do a nice little basting stitch right across the top. And again, I always do my basting stitches right in the seam allowance, so that way I don't have to try to take them out later if I don't feel like it, or if it's not convenient to do so. I don't have to worry about it at all. And I'm going back to 5.0. And that's how that would be, if you could see that. Let's see if you could see that. That's how it would be. So that's one. And now we're going to do the other one. Again, I need to shrink this down, or gather it, I should say. And get some rest. I know that's right, Sabs. Look. Oh, you telling me to take it easy this weekend and get some rest? Yes. Well, I wish I could. I am going to do that a little bit tomorrow, but I travel again on Sunday. So, and I have an early morning flight. So I'm going to do it a little bit, but not as much as I probably need to be. Not as much as I need to be. All right, so we got it all lined up. I gathered, pulled my gathers. I got it lined up. And now I am stitching this right across. Is this stitched right here? I guess it is. Okay. So here we go. There's that one. If you could see that. That little extra hanging out, that's just the back part, but it'll be hidden, I presume. But there we go. So we have attached our ties to our bodice pieces. So let's see what we're doing next. Now we are moving on to piece 3 and 4. So we're going to put these pieces to the side for now. And let me move this over here. Move that over there. I'm excited about this, but I'm trying not to get too excited because it's not like I made this before and I just know how it's going to turn out. But I think it's a pretty dress and I'm excited about it. Okay, so piece 3 and piece 4 are the bodice lower front. That's piece 3. And piece 4 is the bodice back. So this is like underneath and then the back piece is what it is. So if I had to show you on here, it would be this little strip that's right there. And then of course you can't see the back, but it's a piece, it goes around to the back. So that is what we're basically connecting. Piece 3 is a piece that's done on the fold, and it is a piece that requires it to be interfaced. I will tell you, it wanted the main fabric to be interfaced. I was not interfacing the main fabric because it is see-through. So what I did, and I want the see-through to, I wanted to see the navy blue underneath. So what I did was I interfaced the lining and I interfaced the wrong side of the lining. So this is going to be a little tricky because that basically means that the interfacing is probably going to be up against my skin. And I didn't have a way to kind of think out like what is the alternative to not having the interface up against my skin. Now it's not hard. This is a soft interfacing, but we'll see. If it's uncomfortable, I have to figure something out. But the main goal was for it to be like this. And I'm gonna go get my door because somebody's at my door so you could see, as opposed to, I'll show you the white in a minute. So yeah, so the main thing was, the reason why I made that decision was I really wanted the fabric, as I said, is very see-through. So I wanted the navy to be underneath of it as opposed to the white underneath of it. It's not the same. It just doesn't have the same look to it. And I just felt like it didn't feel as finished of a product with the white. I don't know, but I think it looks so much more classier and polished with this navy blue underneath of it, if that makes sense. So anyway, I did it that way. We'll go from there. But what we're doing right now is, and I'm doing the lining and the facing pieces at the same time. As you all know, for 90% of this dress where there's a lining, you are doing the same thing as the main dress, except for the bodice. I mean, the front bodice is different. The lining is cut a little bit different, which I already did that piece. So this was piece 3, and piece 4 is right here, and it's also lined. So I did the same thing. I basically put the lining, the interfacing, I'm sorry, it's also interface. I put the interfacing on the lining wrong side so that this side will be what you see through the this see-through fabric, which is, again, as you can see, is very see-through. So here's piece 4, which is the back, and we are going to attach those to piece 3. So it's right sides together, right sides facing. And you do have darts. I'm sorry, you do have markings. I'm just trying to clip these tails off so they don't get caught up in the sewing machine while I'm sewing and cause us other problems that we not here for, because we all know how those problems delay us. Okay, so this is piece 3. This is piece, nope, this is that right? Yep, here we go. And I'm going to use clips to clip this in place. So fingers crossed that we don't run any problems because I switched it up, but I think we should be okay. All right, Dee, see you in a bit. I will be. Hey, Anthony, are you coming over? I will be here. I'm not going anywhere. I will be here. Okay, so I'm also attaching this side. And just just making sure that all this lines up the way it's supposed to. Clipping this. Oh yeah, okay. I see them out there. I see them out there. Yep. Okay, yep, I'll be home. I will be here. All right, so I got this all, another one broke. Got this all pinned or clipped or whatever. So I'm gonna move this to the side and we're gonna do this one, same. All right. And now before I sew this, let me just check one thing. I'm just double checking this, that I'm doing this right before. Oops. So that's another thing I didn't, whenever I serge, I always have the problem of losing all of my cuts. I like to do little cuts when I'm cutting it out. I make little clips where all the darts are, but whenever I serge anything, I lose all of those and I forget it every time. So then I end up, when it's time to sew, not having any darts, any markings on my fabrics because I've lost them all. I serged them all off or closed. So this is going over here. And that's a problem. Or maybe it's not. Okay, never mind. Never mind. That's the only thing I hate about these clips, boy. They be breaking. Broke. I just broke like 4 of them back to back. All right, we'll recook that one in a minute, but in the meantime, we can sew this one together. And 5/8 of an inch, if I didn't say it, which I don't think I did, is our seam allowance. And let me just make sure. Okay, we are right sides together, raw edges even, pin lower bodice front to bodice back at the side edge and stitch, which is what we were ready to do. That is what we are getting ready to do. Match up those notches. Sew this again. Why? Because I didn't. Did not adjust my stitch width. There we go. One side done. We'll do the other side. Same thing, 5/8. Line up those raw edges. And we're going to press this open in a minute, but this is pretty much, I feel like this is going to be, nope, maybe it's not. This is, again, this is the lining going around the bodice, lower bodice area. So we'll press this open in a minute, but let's move that to the side. And we're going to do this one. I'm just reclamping. All right, that side is done. Now we're doing this side. All right. Now we're going to do the same thing we just did with our lining, with our main fabric. Yeah, Anthony, when you do the run club, let me know how you like it. I mean, I'm not going out there because of the bugs, but otherwise I would do it. Maybe in the fall and the winter. In the spring. fall, winter, spring. I'm with you. Let me just make sure this lined up enough. All right. I think we have done both our lining and our facing. We're going to give this a quick little press. Press those seams open. And I think it's more important with this particular fabric because it is, like I said, it's that sheer, really lightweight fabric, and I need it to be, yeah, that made a huge difference. You got to press it. You got to do it. You have to. Otherwise, it could be a little trickier. All right, so this is done. I'm gonna lay this over here. It's our bodice. And I'm gonna do the same thing with this lining piece. Finger press it and then regular press it. Go, that's done on that side. Now I'm gonna do this one. Okay, so I will lay this over here as well. So we'll move this over here. And we'll also move these pattern pieces over here, piece 3 and 4. We are moving our way. It's only 7 pattern pieces and we done worked through 4 of them already. So what are we doing next? We are now going to, with right sides together, raw edges even, we're going to pin the lower edge of the bodice front, which is what we just did, to the upper edge of the bodice lower front, which is the first pieces that we did, matching the small dots, the large dots, the notches, and pulling up the gathering stitches to fit, stitch between the small and the large dots. So that's basically around this part, leaving the center piece open. So you're going to do that on each end to connect them, and back stitching at the dots to reinforce the seam, and then press the seam up towards the bodice front. So we are literally we're leaving our lining, but we are taking this piece. And remember, if you didn't have see-through fabric, this piece would actually be interfaced, but we did a little A little improvising because this is see-through. And gonna make sure it's right sides facing. So, oh, you know what? I need to see where my dots are. Because that is what we are. That's how we know. So this piece, that's a dot. And that's a dot. And then over here, we have, that's a dot. And we have, that's a dot. All right, so now we got our dots transferred. We are taking the bodice piece, right sides facing. Pin the lower edge. I'm trying to figure out how to position this. Okay, here we go. Between the dots. All right, well, this is pretty, the gathering footwork again, because I don't have to do really very little adjustment. Because this seems to be fitting it pretty good. Hey, Lala. Hey, girl, welcome. Thank you for stopping by. We're working on McCalls 8555, view B, which is the long length, but we're doing all one same fabric, no contrasting fabrics. Okay, so there we go. That's pinned. If you could see that, that's all pinned. I'm going to sew that, but before I sew that, we're going to do the other. So here's the picture of what we are sewing. And right now we are attaching the upper bodice to the lower bodice. So again, it's right sides facing. Here's my right side. And between these dots, there's my dot over here. Oh, there we go. I'm like, where's my dot? And we're going to stitch right around, leave that middle center piece open. right, this one I have to maybe pull a little one of the stitches out. There we go. All right, there we go. All right, we got it all pinned or clipped. So as you can see, here we go. This is the bodice piece, upper bodice, this is the lower bodice. And now we are going to stitch between the dot, the large dot and the small dot, and reinforce at the ends. That's what we're going to do. And this is going to be a little interesting because, again, this is see-through fabric. So it's going to be like, you know, maybe I have to serge at the end to make it look really neat on the inside. Serge off all of those seam allowance pieces. That's what I'm thinking anyway. We'll see. Because normally you wouldn't even have to worry about it. But in this case, because the fabric is see-through, we do have to worry about it. All right, we to the end of the first one. And I'm going to do a little back stitch. So I don't know if you can see that so much, but because of all the fabric, but it is attached. And it might be easier. I don't think I can put it on my dress form because I don't know if this is YouTube. It's like TikTok and that it will see the dress form as a person. I don't know. But it would be so much easier to show it to you if I can put it on my dress form. Anybody know the answer to that? Can I put this on my dress form? Or will I get, will I have some problems? I should have did it the other way so I could see. I'm just taking my time to make sure everything is all lined up. No one, no problems. No problems. Okay, we're almost to the end. Okay, almost to the end of the dot. And I'm going to do a little backspace. And there we go. All right, so here we have it. We have our top piece. So this is, I don't know if you can see this, but this is basically our under bodice. The back, which is pretty big. And this is the top around the neck. It feels pretty big, so hopefully, you know, the back, I have a lot of space in the back. So we'll see what will happen. But anyway, this is the bodice, the top. So we're done with that. And now let's move on to step number 7. So we're done with this page, actually. And actually, we're going to sew up this. We're going to sew up the lining piece as well. We might as well. So here are the lining pieces, which are a little different than, they're a little different than the main fabric front bodice, in that the lining pieces don't gather. They just put a dart in there. So I already did that, put the dart in there. So I'm literally going to do the same thing with this lining that we did with the bodice, which is basically pin this right sides together. So if this ends up being too big around the back area, which I feel like it might be, I think the easy fix will be just to take some off of the back, the side back pieces. Like I said, it's not going to be as simple as that, because obviously I got to do it for the lining and, you know, for the main fabric, but it's not the worst thing in the world. That's for sure. It's fixable, so my fabric just won't go to waste. Now this is a little bit more involved because it's more structured. Part of me was a little nervous about cutting a size 18, but I was like, let me trust this process. It's telling me I'm a size 18. Which is even more than what I normally, because normally I cut a 16, but I've lost a little bit, a couple inches. So anyway, there's that. The great thing about being a sewist is you can fix almost anything. It's just the time and patience. So, okay, so we have that. See how that is pinned? You can actually see this a lot better. So I'm glad I'm doing this so you can see this. We literally are doing the same thing with this. That we did with the other one. Right sides facing. And just stitching it in between the dots. You don't have to gather because we did a dart instead. So it's just literally just pinning it, lining up those raw edges. So that is what we're doing. Just clipping this around. And it also, you know, is a little tricky because it is circular. So it's always hard to line these pieces up when it's round, a round piece to a round piece. It can be a little tricky, but with patience, it can all be done. And just like that, we have it all clipped. So as you can see, both of the pieces are fully clipped. And now we are going to just stitch. Here's the wrong side. Literally just going to stitch around, leave this middle piece open, and then stitch around. It's from small dot to large dot, small dot to large dot. And this is our lining that we are doing this with. And 5/8 of an inch seam allowance is what we are working with. So main thing is just keeping those raw edges lined up, and yeah. So I'm just taking my time to make sure that everything is lined up. Yeah, it's just a little tricky because it's not, the cup is also pulling on the fabric. So you just gotta take your time. And the interfacing is stiff, so you don't have that flexibility of that either. So you just gotta take your time, that's all. It's not just like, oh, you could just do a straight stitch across like you think you might be able to do. It's like, nope, not that simple. All right, almost to the end. All right, let's hope this is not looking too crazy. Nope. And I guess worst case scenario is on the inside, so you won't see it from the outside. All right, let's do this side. This one down, one to go. Yeah, so just keep making sure that you are, you know, positioning it so the fabric does not ball up underneath of it. And as long as you just keep moving it around, you should be okay. Ensuring that it's flat when it goes underneath the needle should be fine. I'm about to go over the dart. right, there we go. All right, I think I am good to go. All right, there we go. So we have now, make sure this looks okay. Yep, it looks okay. So you can see that. It's my pre-existing dart, and this is just where I connected. So if I were to put this on, this is my lining, it would basically be just like this. Ooh. And this would go around the back. So that looks pretty good. I'm just going to cut off some of these. Yeah, this was a lot of serging. Ooh. All the lining pieces and all of the main fabric pieces, everything had to be serged. Okay. So now we have done the lining and the fabric pieces for the bodice. And now it's telling us that we are going to be working with piece number 6 and 7, which are our skirt pieces. So we have those right here. So this is our piece number 6, which is our front skirt piece. I have one lining and one fabric piece. And what I'm going to do, literally, I line them back up to the fabric. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to just make a mark. That's the only thing I didn't do to help me identify the center. And I need to make a mark on the side. Anywhere else? Nowhere on that side. One more on this side. Did I? Okay, there we go. Oops. All right, so this is our front. So we're going to deal with the fabric piece first. So I'm going to put piece 6 right here. Oh, look at my plan. It's looking so good. And here's piece. Oh, well, I disconnected that. Okay, so this is piece 6, the front. I already marked it. And here is our piece. Here's our piece 7. So actually, let me throw this over my shoulder because we got to do the same thing on this piece. Hey, Dee, welcome back. We are now to the dress part, or the skirt part of the dress. We finished the bodice for the lining and the main fabric. So we are now putting the dress pieces together. So I'm gonna put this lining piece to the side. So the back skirt piece is actually 2 pieces cut on a bias. So here's our 2 pieces here. I have them lined up with right sides facing each other. And the main thing I need to do is I need to mark the back center and then I need to mark the back center, and I need to mark the side, so I know where. And actually, I don't really need to know where the zipper stops at, because I stop my zippers wherever I want to. So, but this calls for a 14 to 16 inch zipper, depending on your size that you cut. All right, which side is which side? Okay, there we go. Now I know which side is which side. So I am just doing my top markings just because it'll help me make sure that I'm matching it up when I'm connecting the bodice to the skirt. And then I'm putting this notch on the side because also it's going to help me make sure everything is lined up when I'm connecting the front to the back. And so the first thing that we're going to do is, I presume, I'm going to read the instructions in a minute, is we're going to sew this back piece. I think we're going to sew down the center back, but let me just see. Nope. Actually, what it says that we are doing is we're not sewing down the center back. We are connecting one side to the front and one side to the other, one side to the right side of the front, one side to the left side of the front, leaving the center back open. So here is, make sure I got this right. This looks so crooked to me. All right, where's my markings? Okay, here we go. So those are my markings. It's kind of rounded, if that makes sense. So let me turn this on this side because it's right side spacing. And now I got to find my marking on this. So it has to be on this side. Yep, here we go. So let's see. All right, and yep, that's perfect. It matches. So I'm just matching up my notches, matching up my raw edges, and I'm going to clip all the way down the side. And then we're going to sew this side skirt together. So as I'm panicking, not really, but preparing for this to be a little bit too big, I am literally going to take my, if it is too big, I'm going to just take my serger to the back and re-put the zipper back in. But maybe it's not going to be just a process, right? Trust the process. If this, again, if this works out perfectly, why does this feel like it's too short? It's a little bit. All right, there's a big gap kind of in this. So before I sew it, I'm going to sort it out, make sure that. All right. And where's extra? Okay. That's the only thing about dealing with really long pieces of fabric. Got to make sure that you line it all up. But this is going to be, I'm definitely, it's like an inch and a half shorter. So the good news is that I am short, so I'm probably was going to have to cut some off at the end anyway. But first things first, let me make sure that I don't have it lined up wrong. All right, let's try this piece and see if this is the same. All right, here's the notches match up, so I gotta be doing something right in terms of lining these things up, lining the front to the back, because the notches are matching up on the side exactly. It's not even off by a little bit. So if for some reason, like I said, it's off, I'm not too worried by an inch and a half. I can make my hem a little bit smaller, and I did anticipate, because I am short, that I will have to take some off the bottom. But this side is, oh my God. Oh, I was gonna say this side is lining up. It's a little bit off too, not as much as the other side, but this one is probably like an inch shorter. So I'm not sure why that is, but we will fix it in the end. Yeah, this one is, let me just make sure this is right, because this is way off. Way, way, way off. Let me see this. I'm just realigning this just a little bit. It's not going to make up for the whole difference of it being off this much, but I'm a little nervous that it's way off on this side. It's not even close. And I'm going to check one more thing. I'm going to line up before I sew it in place, I'm going to line up the lining pieces too. Let me just check one other thing. I'd rather figure it out before I make a mistake, a permanent mistake, because the other part is once you sew it with this fabric, boy, you're not going to be able to just take it out. Hmm. And because what's weird is that I cut both of these like by overlapping the fabric. So I'm like, why would one of them be smaller than the other? Doesn't make sense. So I'm just doing a double check. If it is, it is. I mean, it's not a huge thing, but I just want to make sure I'm not sewing this on wrong. Okay, it is a little bit. It's a little bit longer. Not much, but it's about an inch longer on the end. So that makes me feel a little bit better. But it's still, I'm just marking it so I know. Okay. So no, I know what I did. So now let me see. I think I put this on the wrong side, but let me check. Let me just check before I take this side out. So this is the side that should be open. Yep, okay, so this is right. Let's see. Yep, that's right. Okay. So this side is right. I think what I did, which I'm sad about, is, which is crazy because I cut these folded, so that can't be what I did. But it is. I don't know why. All right, well, I don't know why this happened, but it did. And for some reason, this got cut on the wrong side of the fabric. And I folded this when I cut it, so I'm not really sure how that happened, but it did. So the good news is that this is not, it's not really that big of a difference. So we're gonna try to make it work without me having to recut this piece. Cross your fingers, because it is not exactly right and left, are not exactly the same, but if it looks a little bit lopsided, then I'm gonna have to recut this piece. The good news is that hopefully we don't have the same issue on the lining piece. All right, so we got one side on. Let's clip the other side, and then we're going to sew this. And okay, here we go. Let's see something. I'm sad. I am sad because I am going to have to recut this. Yes, I'm going to have to recut this. All right, give me like 2 seconds. I need to cut this piece. Luckily, I still have my fabric out, so I should be. It shouldn't take me but 2 seconds. I don't know how this happened. Okay, give me 2 seconds. I'm just taking this piece to make sure I don't cut it the wrong way again. Okay, this way. Almost done. Okay. I recut this piece. Again, I'm still very confused about how it ended up on the wrong side. I just don't know. I wish I had explanation for it because I literally folded this in half and cut both of these pieces. So I'm just confused. And I do need to serge this because this fabric, unfortunately, is um, it frays quite a bit. Okay, so did I do the same thing again? I'm confused. I'm about to just have a heart attack. If I literally cut this piece twice, okay, let me make sure I'm not losing my mind. Am I losing my mind? Yeah, see, these pieces are, I cut them on the fold, so they're inverted to each other, which means that they should be able to, it's not working that way. Cut two. So it says cut two, it doesn't say cut two any kind of way. So what I did was I cut it on the fold, but for some reason, it's not lining up for this piece. And I don't know why. I don't know why. I wish I knew why. Give me 1 second while I try to figure this out, like what is happening, because I don't know why. And I feel like I'm like, I shouldn't. Um, okay, well, I don't know. I wish I knew why this piece doesn't line up. Such a big gap. I don't know. But we're gonna go with our original piece, and but I did cut it right, so I don't know. I wish I had an answer. I don't have an answer. And I'm gonna be taking some off the bottom anyway. But I'm mad that I cut my good fabric again to cut this piece when I cut it right the first time. All right, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. So now we are going to um, sew down the side on the right and left side of the skirt. We're basically sewing the front to the back, leaving the center back open. And that is where the zipper is going to be going. And it's going to go in between the bodice and the dress and the skirt. So let's play catch up a little bit and let's get these parts sewn on. So let's get this sewn on. We can play catch up a little bit. And then we'll do the same thing with the lining as well, because I'm just a person that I do not like going back and re-sewing it when I've already sewn it. So I'm like, let's sew the fabric and sew the lining at the same time. All right, 5/8 of an inch seam allowance is what we're working with. We definitely want to make sure we don't skimp on that, because I already feel like the dress is going to be, oops, it's going to be a little bit too, I think it's going to be a little bit too big. I've never cut an 18 before in my life, so, and I'm not, that much bigger than I normally am. So I really do feel like it's going to be too big. But we'll see. It is woven, so we will definitely see. All right, there we go. Let's try this again. Thank you, Darlene. How are you? Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you for that. We just finished trying to troubleshoot. I don't know how much you saw, but I was trying to troubleshoot my skirt while the bottom hem is not lining up between the front and the back. I still don't have an explanation for it, but I ended up recutting a piece that I didn't need to recut. So I got to figure out something to make with this, because that's the only thing that's going to make me feel better about cutting my fabric that I didn't need to cut. And I'm glad I didn't have to even though I did recut it, I'm glad I'm able to use this original piece, because I already serged it and all of those things that I would have wanted to do, and that would have delayed us even further. So I'm glad that we did not have to do that. I'm so glad. We are almost, and part of me started to do the shorter skirt dress with this, but I love a long dress, long flowy dress. I like short too, but I don't know, it's something about a long dress that I really like. And whenever I have the option, unless it's a particular style or something that it only looks good in short, I tend to opt for the long. And that's what I did this time around. Is I opted for the longer dress. And so it just takes a little bit more time. All right, I'm gonna do a little back stitch at the very end. All right. One side done. Now we're going to just do this other side real quick that we've already clipped together. And this one is a little bit shorter too. It's not as short as the other side, but it is a little bit shorter. All right, 5/8 is what we're working with. And just making sure these raw edges stay lined up. All right. Yes, it was so frustrating because I'm like, I know this dress was going to take a little bit of time anyway because it has a lining and main fabric. So, of course, I don't want to have any delay. I don't want to have any delays, Darlene, like, to make it take even longer. So, anyway, we worked through it, I suppose. And I'll be able to, I knew I was going to have to take some off the bottom anyway, because I'm only 5'2" and they're not making patterns for 5'2". So I always knew that I was going to have to take some off the bottom because the dress is going down to the floor anyway. And so I knew I would be stepping on the bottom. And sometimes I account for it in the beginning. I automatically, like it says on here that finished back length from base of neck is B and C is 55 inches. Well, I'm only 60 inches from my head to the ground. So thank you, D. So I already knew 55 inches, like I knew I was going to have to take some off the bottom anyway, because I'm only 60 inches, my whole body. So from the back of my neck to the ground is probably more like 50 inches, maybe 52. But thank y'all. I will be able to fix it. You are so right. I will be able to fix it. I will be able to. So all right, we are almost to the end of this side of the dress. And this one is only an inch difference. So it's not as bad as the other. Back stitch. Okay. All right, so here we go. This is the front and the back. This is all the way around. So it's a little bit, it's a little overlap. It does feel like it's not as short as I thought it was going to be. Long as I thought it was going to be, because it's going to come like right here underneath the bust. So maybe I'm not going to be cutting any. Maybe I'm not. Well, you know what? It's going to be like right here. Because I forgot. We got the underbust part. So yeah. So it's going to be down here. So it's a little bit, but not too much. Okay. It's not as big as I thought it was going to be. Okay, so we did that. Now we got to do our lining. Ah, did I tear my? I did. I tore it. We'll put these over here. These are our last two pieces, piece 6 and 7 of our lining. We're going to sew these all together. Okay. So this is our front piece. And now we're just going to match up our lining, our side pieces to our front piece. Right side's facing. Here we go. All right. So once we get this on, I feel like we're in the home stretch, because then at that point we are connecting the bodice to the skirt. The bodice is all fully put together, both the lining and the main fabric. The skirts will all be put together. And it's just connecting those two and putting the zipper in. And then of course I'll do the hems at the end. So this is going to be a little tricky too, because I'm so particular about where my, when I have a long dress, where my hems end is so like, it either has to go to like my ankle bone, that little circle of bone on the side, or it has to be like below the knee. I don't like anything like mid calf. It just looks, for me, I don't like it for myself. So if this is not to my ankle bone, if it's not longer than my ankle bone, then I'm gonna have to cut it quite a bit to get it above my, like right below my knee. It's like right below my knee or my ankle bone. I know y'all couldn't see that, but you know what the ankle bone is. So I'm very particular about that. Look at this fabric. This is such beautiful fabric. I have a lot more of this too. I'm just like, I was debating, do I really want to make this lining? This is not lining material, but here we are. Here we are. Y'all can see these nails, boy. I'm glad y'all can't see them, how bad they look. I'm gonna have to fight through the bugs tomorrow because I absolutely have to get my nails done. Or I'm gonna have to, I have some acetone in the bathroom. I might, depending on what time we finish, I might be soaking this off tonight. I see those little commercials on like Instagram and other social media about those like do-it-yourself nails. Anybody ever try those? It's not press on, but it's something like it. Sometimes I'm so busy, well, in this case, it's the bugs. But sometimes I am so busy, I miss my appointments. Okay, so this one actually is not bad at all. So unfortunately, this is the lining. So I probably, if I have to cut the other one, I'm gonna have to cut this one. It's off by like an inch, but it's not like the other one that's way off. Way, way off. All right, here we go. 5/8 is what we're working with. You say you don't have the patience for that. Your boss does her own nails and she does artwork and everything. Oh, look, she got the skill. See, I'm not even talking about that. I need some just plain basic manicure. I get acrylic on because the nail polish chips off, so I get acrylic. So at least my nails look managed for at least a month. I like to go like once a month, but I can't even tell you the last time I was there. But my toes still look good. I mean, they don't look too bad. Not as bad as my nails look. I wash my hands a lot though. A lot. I'm always washing my hands like a million times. Like I wash my hands and I do something and it's like back to back to back. So I feel like that's why my nails always look the worst because I wash my hands so much. All right. Almost to the home stretch. Almost. We have finished one side. I'm gonna do a quick back stitch. And now we're gonna do this other side. I do my nails and toes myself sometimes. That's what I need to have that as a backup option. I'm a DIYer. I don't have a problem with doing it. But do you use any of those little kits? That I see them on like social media where they basically it's supposed to be just as good as like acrylic nails or doing acrylic nails in your own home. That kind of thing. I don't, I need something more than just putting nail polish because I wash my hands way too much. And anytime I've painted my own nails, as soon as I wash my hands, it's the nail polish is chipped. So it's like a waste. And that would irritate me. Like, to have chipped nail polish. I'll be ready to take it all off and do it again. And that I don't have time for. Even looking at my nails in this shape condition, I'm like, I need to soak this off. What I should have did is when I went there the last time, I should have just did a plain manicure, nothing else, because I knew these bugs were coming. This happened last year. When them spotted moth things come out, I just can't do it. I just cannot do it. And I drive everywhere. And normally I like walk, but those things go in there, I will have a heart attack. I will not survive. Just thinking about it is making my skin crawl. So that's what I should have did. But I was so like, oh, I just love getting my nails done. I love it. But I should have been like, nope, just give me a manicure and I'll be back in September when the bugs are gone and get my regular schedule. But no, I did not do that. But next year I will, because this is ridiculous. All right, so we are finished with the lining as well. We have sewed it all together. So let's see what we are doing next. So we have done the lining. We've done the main fabric. We stitched piece 6 to piece 7, which is the front and back bodice. And now it is telling us to stitch the lower edge of the bodice to the upper edge of the skirt, matching all the notches, and then to trim the seams. I'm not going to trim any of the seams. Why? Because both of the fabrics that I have chosen fray significantly, and we don't want those problems. So I will likely do a serge after the fact. Okay, so here is our bodice piece, and here is our skirt piece. So we are going to, oh, this is the extra piece that I cut. I might have to make a head wrap or something out of that because I'm not wasting my fabric. Okay, so we're going to find our, okay, here we go. Here's our notches. So let me use my little weights. And then let's find a, I got this at the DC Fractals. Do you remember this? We got these weights. I think this was DC Fractals. I don't know whose symbol is this. This is somebody's business, but I don't remember. I'm sad to say, but I definitely use these little weights. This is a great Fractals gift. All right, now, of course, I cannot see. So since I can't see, I need to remark this. Oh, I knew I had the marks on here. It's like, wait a minute. Okay, there we go. All right, so got this piece and this piece matched up to this piece and this piece. Okay, there we go. That's what I'm talking about. Another perfect match. Oh, look at that. It matched up. The seams match up too. And the ends match up. Well, that's awesome. At least this is all matching. I don't know what happened with that bottom. Something happened with it. So I have a question. When you're sewing, let's say, let's say woven, because that's where it really matters. It doesn't matter as much. I don't think it matters as much with knit because it has so much stretch in it anyway. So it forgives you for whatever mistakes you might make. So let's just say woven. When you're sewing woven, do you cut your pattern by the finished garment measurements, basically eliminating any ease that might be in the pattern, or do you cut the garment by the I guess the first measurement? Do you cut it by the finished garment measurement, which if you do that, you basically would eliminate any ease that would be built into the way that the garment is supposed to fit, which could be tricky because you don't have any stretch. And so, you don't have any, you need all of that. You might need all the ease. What do you do? Do you cut it by the finished garment measurements, like regardless of whether it's knit or woven, or when it's woven, do you do it by, do you still do it by finished garment measurement? Finished garment measurement with the ease built in or not? Cut your garment by the original size. Okay, by the original size. Okay. Yeah. I will tell you, when it's knit, I will cut it by finished garment measurement, especially if I'm trying to achieve a certain look or I want something more fitted than the look. But when it's woven, I definitely do the original. But you said by your original size. I will not take the ease out of the garment by cutting it by finished garment measurements, because I don't know, that just hasn't worked for me. And I've had times where I cut it when it's woven and then it doesn't fit. And it's like, well, what did you think was going to happen? You can't get your arm through it because you don't have any extra, So I find that it's easier to just do it after the fact. If you have to take some ease out or you have to make adjustments, to just do it after. But okay, so Dee, it sounds like you do your size and not the finished garment measurement size. And I think I do that definitely with woven, but I don't always do that when it's knit, especially if I know I'm going for a more fitted look. Then, there's a lot of ease in it and I want a more fitted look. I will definitely use finished garment measurement and be like, oh, it says that I'm a size 18. I'm cutting a size 12 because the finished garment measurement is closer to my size for the look that I'm want to achieve. But you don't have that luxury when it's woven, because you cut that thing too small. That's it. You'll be taking it apart and putting in you'd be giving it away, or you'd be taking it apart and trying to put in some extra fabric somewhere. Like I had to, what did I have to do that with? Oh, I had to do it with that top that I made, the one arm top. I had to put in some panels in the side. Luckily, it was in car fabric, so you really can't tell. But if it would have been something else, it would have been like, I mean, it wouldn't have been bad, but nobody wants that. All right, all right, all right. I'm gonna tell you something about these patterns, commercial patterns anyway. If I've learned nothing else, it is take your measurements every time you sew and don't, don't assume that you won't have to make adjustments to the final fit, because the measurements aren't always on. Like Dee, you've been making patterns for a while now, over a year, I guess it's been. What have you learned by, making patterns in terms of like the sizing and things? I don't go by the finished garment size. It depends on what the fabric you use, because all fabrics are different. Yes, yes, definitely. I totally agree with that. Totally agree. I haven't had as many fit issues. In my first year, I had a lot of fit issues. But the longer I've sewn, the less fit issues I have. And usually when I have a fit issue, I can see it coming. I could see it coming from a mile away, like, But I have times where, I still got to trust the process, because I think I'm going to have a problem and everything fits. It feels like it's not going to fit. And then when it all gets sewn up, it fits. And it's a good fit. That has happened to me actually quite a few times, which is why I always, when it doesn't feel like it's going to fit, I'm like, just go ahead and finish it, because it ends up fitting. That has happened to me quite a few times. Now this feels like it's going to be too big, but we'll see. Because this could be another one of those times where I'm telling you, like, oh, it feels like it's going to be so big. And part of it is because it's saying it's a size. I'm saying that because it's a size 18, and I've never had to cut a size 18 before, based on my measurements, And I'm not that much different from, any other time I've cut patterns. So that's the main reason why I'm like, this might be too big. But we'll see. This dress has it has a lot of inches of ease in it. I mean, like the waist is 32 inches, and then the finished garment measurement is 37 and a half. So it's like 5.5 inches of ease in the waist. And I'm a 32, so it could be too big. But we'll see. Let me see. The hip is 42, and I'm a 43 hip. And the finished hip is 48 and a half. So we'll see. All right. We have officially connected the bodice. We connected the bodice to the skirt. This is just the main fabric. It does touch the ground, so we got that. Yeah, so this actually might fit. See, this is what I'm talking about. See how you be thinking it's not going to fit? This thing is going to fit exactly. Look at that. See that? I'm up here talking about it's not going to fit. This thing is going to fit. It's going to fit. Can y'all see that? That's going to fit. All right. Let us do the same thing with this. This is going to be beautiful. Beautiful. All right, Dee. I'm so glad you stopped by. Thank you. I appreciate you for that. Okay. Oh, this one, see, I did mark with this one. So I guess I just didn't do it on that one, or I couldn't see it, one or the other. All right, so we are, same thing, matching up these, here we go, matching up these notches. We're making good progress. We had a little glitch, but it didn't delay us too much. Let me see, it's 2:39, 2 hours and 39 minutes. That's what we've been doing. Now this is not matching up exactly as good as the main fabric, but we're gonna make it work. We're gonna make this work. Mm-hmm. All right. So we are, once we do this, the next thing that we are going to do is put our zipper in. And put our zipper into our main fabric. I don't know what in the world is going on with this piece. All right, I think we have this clip. Now it's a little tricky because I don't know what it's going to mean, but this piece, me just see. Before I sew this, I need to figure out why. Okay, so everything is on this side. Let's readjust. And is this? I'm just lining up these seams because unlike the main fabric, this one is not lining up as well. Okay, so there's that. That one is not too bad. All right, so that goes there. And all right. I'm about to just double check that I did this seam allowance right because it's just a little bit off, but I feel like it is 5/8. Is this 5/8? That is 5/8. I mean, it's pretty close. It's not off enough to create problems. All right, so that's fine. That's fine. This is off by like an inch. And then what's happening here? That's like 5/8. Yeah, I think this is one of those where gotta get that, get it around that circle. And if you don't get it matched up perfectly, it's gonna look like it's too much fabric. And that's what I think is happening here. All right, I think this will be okay. And then we'll deal with the other side later. Okay, so I'm about to sew this down. And so sometimes what I do that helps me when I'm going around these circle pieces and I know it's going to be difficult for me to line it up is I'll start in the middle. It's a little non-traditional way, but it has worked for me. Again, the good news about this is that all of this is going to be on the inside. But it doesn't mean you don't want it to look good, because you definitely do. All right, so far it is working. Not having any bubbling, and I'm feeling pretty good about the seams all lining up. So there's that. I'm more excited now that I feel like the dress is going to fit and I might not have to do anything extra. So okay, we got half of it done. Now we got to do the other side. That looks pretty dang on good. Okay. Now we're going to do exactly the same thing. Just go in the other direction. Alrighty, this strategy works. Last little bit. All right. Let's see. It's off a little teeny bit, but it'll be fine. It's on the inside, so you don't have to worry about it as much. Okay. The next thing we are doing is we are putting our zipper in. So I'm going to put this lining to the side. I'm getting out our main fabric. Here is our zipper. Again, we are working on McCalls 8555. All right, so we are putting our zipper in. And let me see. Okay, let's see. Insert the invisible zipper, open the zipper, and press the tape flat on the wrong side. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Do not press the coils. We know about that. On the outside pin. So this, okay, so this is just, we are just pinning this to the main dress. I am not going to use my infamous zipper tape because if I do need to make an adjustment, it's much harder to, it's possible, but it's much harder to remove the zipper tape when you, if you think you have to make an adjustment. And I don't think I'm going to be able to, I think if I do have to make an adjustment, it's not going to be enough to like serge it off. I feel like it's going to be minor and it's going to be easier to just use the seam ripper to remove the zipper if I have to make adjustments and put it back in. So on that note, I am not going to put it, I'm not going to use zipper tape because it will be so much easier. So I'm unzipping this as they stated. This is just, I'm just putting it as the invisible zipper like the old fashioned way. So what you see on my table is basically the dress inside out with about 5/8 of an inch folded inward. That's where I would normally put my zipper tape and just tape this down. But instead, I'm going to use pins and just pin it. And I'm starting the zipper 5/8 of an inch. I mean, the zipper stop 5/8 of an inch from the top. And I am just pinning this zipper tape to the seam allowance that I have folded back. You can't really see, but because the fabric and, but if this fabric wasn't so flimsy, I would probably like press it, but I'm using the serger thread to kind of be my marker. And so I'm lining the edge of the zipper tape up with the edge of the serger thread. If that makes sense. It's just how I'm keeping it straight as I'm pinning it down. And trying not to stick myself. This is a 24-inch zipper that I'm using, so I'm not going to do the whole thing all the way down, but I'm going to do a good bit. Probably like 20. I like to be able to step into my dresses. And 20 inches is more than enough to guarantee that I'll be able to do that. So if you just want to see, that is how I have it pinned. And I'm going to sew this in. again, I'm only sewing it to what will be the seam allowance. I wonder why they don't have us sew the bottom of this. Nope, they don't. And I'm also using my edge foot. I find it to be easier than my zipper foot because my zipper foot is not like a narrow zipper foot, so it doesn't get all that close. I can open up the coils and get in there a lot better with my edge foot. The challenge I'm having now is these stupid nails. There we go. There we go. Ooh. Why is this not moving? Okay. There we go. Yeah, this fabric being so lightweight, it's a little tricky. All right, I think I got a groove going. Let's see. Yeah, this is going to take a little bit. So I got to take my time, but it is working. coming along. Main thing is to make sure I don't sew into these teeth, because it's going to be hell trying to get this thread out of here without putting a hole in the fabric. I might have went into the zipper teeth, but we'll see when I'm finished if I can't get the zipper up. All right, I'm about to go over the section where the bodice meets the skirt. So we're almost. Almost to the top. Do a back stitch. All right, we got one side in. Now, what I am going to do is attempt to zip in this and see if, in fact, I can zip in it. If I can zip in this one side, then we know we're good to go on this side. Without zipping the fabric. We made it halfway. Let's see. All right. Yep. Got one little spot. Let's see. It's not bad right there. Let's see. All right, let's try this again. Okay, so we made it through there. Now we got another little spot. You know what else I should have probably done is I probably should put a little strip of interfacing, like right where I'm putting the zipper at. That probably would have, just because this fabric is so all right, so looks like we might have one little spot right here. And I'm just going to do another little check. Yeah, I can see where it is. It went into the teeth. So I'm just going to take this little spot out. So close. It's right there. Let me just try one more time. Okay. Oh, that went up. Let's see, is this one? All right, let's see. All right, there we go. So we actually made it all the way. And it is going to be damn near invisible. So this is my time to take my iron and just before I sew this other side on, I'm just going to press the fabric back a little bit just to help it lay flat. So when I put the other side on, I don't have problems with this first side where it's really close to the zipper teeth, but it's not into the zipper teeth. It's just the fabric is, it is, what do you call it? And it actually probably would be good if I did like a top stitch to make sure it lays right down flat. But I'm gonna press it because I'm impressed with myself. I did so good. It's like right there on the edge. So I'm just gonna press it down because that'll make it easier once the other side is on, because just that bubbling of that fabric just puffing up right there is enough to get caught in the zipper teeth, especially because this fabric is so thin. So this is just one of those where it's just like a little, just laying the fabric flat. Just that little bit helps it not get caught in the zipper teeth. Because the worst thing is when you're trying to put this on by yourself and this fabric gets stuck. So this step usually helps it. Fingers crossed we don't have any problems when it comes to doing the final piece. All right. So here's the second test. We're going unzipping it and zipping it back. There we go. There we go. So there's that. Now we are going to do the same thing on the other side. We have it wrong side facing out. And we'll match this other side up to the top. You know, I've gotten spoiled by zipper tape because I just smack it on there, but I also know how difficult it can be to take it out if you have to make an adjustment. So we're going to save ourselves a little headache. So I have the zipper closed, and now I'm pinning it. And as I stated earlier, I'm using the serger thread as like a marker for how far in to go. But, you know, it's around 5/8 of an inch is what I have as my seam allowance for the zipper tape. So I'm just pinning this on. And then we're going to do exactly what we did with the other side. I'm going to unzip it. And then we're going to sew it in using the edge foot. And it's going to take a little bit of time like the first one, just, you know, again, so we don't have any issues with sewing into the zipper teeth, because that means we're going to be picking it loose and re-sewing it, and we don't want any parts of that. And let me just tell you what's coming up next. So we have already sewn all the lining pieces, which technically would have been the next step right now, to literally sew together all of the lining pieces in the same ways that we sew together all of the fabric pieces. But we have done all of that already because we sewed them all at once. So we'll be skipping all of that. And we've, did we already? Oh yeah, and we already put it together. We already put the lining bodice. We already connected it to the main, the lining skirt. So we're done with that. And let's see. So now it is telling us, so after I've sewed the zipper in, it is telling us to open out the center back opening edges of the dress, roll the zipper teeth away from the opening edge with right sides together, pin the lining to the dress along the upper edge. So that is what we're going to be doing, pinning the lining to the dress. After we put the zipper in, that will be our next step. Pin the lining, right sides together, pin the lining to the dress, matching all the dots, stitch the upper edge, all right. So let's stitch this in, and then we know what we're going to be doing next, which is pinning the lining to the dress. We are in the home stretch, people. Home stretch of a winning. Hey, Tawdry. How are you? What you got going on? You about to get on live? Talk to me. What you got going on? We are in the home stretch of finishing this dress. We are putting the zipper in, which I'm excited about. Come on, why are you doing that? Why are you coming out? Hey, Chris. Oh, look, all the famous people coming to visit. Okay, so we're going to sew this other half in. Again, we're going to do the same process that we did before. Fold that those zipper teeth open. Open it up. And we're just going to sew right in that groove. Ouch. Without sewing the zipper teeth. That's our goal. All right, so far so good. Just taking our time, because this fabric is not fabric that we want to make a mistake on, because it is prone to ripping if you have to use the seam ripper on it. So we want to avoid that if we can. Oh, come on, don't get too close. Don't get too happy. Don't get too close. So far, I feel really good about this. If anything, I feel like I probably should be closer, but what we're not going to do is get greedy. Ooh, there go. Okay, we are almost there. Almost to the home stretch. All right. Feeling good about what we've done. Alright, do a little back stitch. Okay, we hit another milestone in that we have finished sewing up this other side. So now we just got to make sure we can zipping it up. So we might have to do the same thing we did on the other side, which is, you know, press it down, press the fabric down. Or not. Okay, this one. Okay, let's see. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, we have gotten our zipper in. Could be better around the seam part, but the fabric is kind to us, so you can't tell that the seams aren't exactly matching up, but it's okay. Okay, so now we are going to turn this right side out and open up the zipper, because now we're going to match up the lining and the zipper, and that is literally our last step. I will be doing the understitching and the hem and all of that offline, so we don't have to worry about that. Okay. So let us get our main, and I think I'm actually going to take my dress form out. Sometimes, and I'm not going to take her clothes off, although it'll be easier, but sometimes it's easier to do this with the on a dress form. So I am just going to tie this as a placeholder. Okay, so this is basically a placeholder. Look at that, that looks so good. Okay, look at that. Just gonna tuck that in. But the goal here is to tuck that in. This top comes from Dee's first, well, you can't see it anymore, but this was Dee's first one of her first sweatsuits that she had made. Okay, so here is our lining. So we're doing right sides together. So I am I'm just gonna hold, so the goal is, or the purpose of this is to line everything up and pin it. So I'm just gonna stick a pin in this just to hold it in place while I pin all of these pieces. But let me figure out what I'm supposed to be pinning. So I am pinning basically the lining to the dress along the upper edge, over the ties, matching, let's see, matching the centers, the seams, the small dots. So basically, I'm pinning all of this. I'm pinning this outside, basically the upper edge. That's what I'm pinning. So we're gonna be lining all of this up and over the zipper. So I'm starting with the edge and I'm gonna pin all of this. And I think I'm gonna pin it instead of clip it because that might be easier. There we go. So far, so good. Things are lining up. Except for that little part at the edge of the skirt. It's wider, but we can take care of that later. All right, so now to the bodice. Pinning that. We're making such great progress. Now, one of the things it said is to pin over the ties. So I believe that the ties are going to be on the inside. So I have to fix that. So again, I'm just lining up all these edges. And I'm going to untie this because I believe this tie is going to be down inside of so that it can be pulled out later. That's how we're doing that. All right, so this, and the lining appears to be a little bit longer. Cut off all this extra thread. Make it easier to know what's going on here. Oh, my headband came off. It's like, oh, my hair feels loose. All right. Now I'm going to start pinning on this side. Again, I'm making sure I tuck that tie because you don't want to accidentally sew it. I need to do some research and see if I can have my dress form fully out, because it would be so much easier if I didn't have to have this clothes on here and I was just able to put this dress on. It makes it so much easier to sew and to show you. Let me get closer. Just realize I'm all the way back here. You can't see what's going on. Yeah, so once I stitch this all the way around, then we're gonna flip it. Right side out. All right, let me see. Yes. I'm so glad things are lining up fairly well. I guess I shouldn't speak too soon. I'm not done yet, but I don't see any major differences like I did at the bottom of the dress. Let's see, where are we? 335. Not too bad, not too bad. All right, now I am going to take this other let's see. Take this other side, put this down here. All right, I'm taking this other tie. Here's the other tie, and I'm literally sticking it inside and be sandwiching it in between the bodice. The shoulder, I guess, strap is, I guess, what we would call it. And making sure that it's in there to the point where it doesn't get sewn over. That's the main thing. Gotta make sure it doesn't get sewn over. Right. Getting so close. All right. And my seams are lining up also really good. Let me see, where am I? Oh, here we go. I don't want to use any of these super small needles, pins, because I feel like I might miss it when I'm trying to. And the last thing we need is a broken needle when we're trying to finish up. Ah. Yeah, so once we sew this on, then they want us to flip it and understitch. I will be understitching later, not tonight. I think we're done. So we have pretty much basically pinned it all the way around here, all the way around here. Same thing on this side, all the way around to this edge. So now I'm going to take it off, excuse me, and we're going to stitch, excuse me, all the way around that entire part. Oh, okay. Uh-oh, what did I take loose? Oh, here we go. All right. All right. Now we are going to sew this together. Let me put this down just a teeny bit. Okay. Let's get to work. 5/8 of an inch seam allowance is what we're working with. Oh. Let me put this over here. How much is left? This is the last little bit I have to, I'm basically sewing this all the way around. And then I have one more stitch to go down the side where the zipper is. And that's it. That's it for tonight. I will finish it up offline. But that's pretty much it. I got to turn it on the right side, and then that's it. It probably took us longer to put all those pins in than it's going to take us to sew this part. I should clarify this part, not the whole thing, but this part. Well, we making good progress. I mean, I knew this dress wasn't going to be something that would be done in 2 hours. I definitely knew that, just because anytime you got a lining and a zipper, you know it's going to be a little bit. But I definitely felt like, okay, 4 hours would be the max. So we're close. We're there. We are definitely there. Now, this is the part you want to be extra careful about, because you want to make sure that you do not accidentally sew your tie. That is something you don't want to do, because if you do that, you will have to unstitch it. So be extra careful to make sure it's pushed over. All right, now we had a critical part at the top of the tie, which is where we're going to cross over to the other side to go to the inside of the outer edge. So I am turning it. I'm also making sure again that my tie I'm pushing it to the other side more, since I've already finished this. Let me see, do I have, no, I guess I don't have any more room to go up. Okay. And I'm just making sure all this is lined up before I stitch across here. All right, I think we're good. Now I'm going towards the other side. And again, I'm going to make sure these edges are lined up and that I don't stitch over my tie. And even if that means I gotta keep sticking my finger in there to make sure, that'll be better than having to pick it apart and fix it later. Ah. All right. All right, now we're going across the middle of the bodice. All right. I think everything is lined up. All right, now I'm on the other side, or starting on the other side. I'm like halfway done, I guess this is the halfway point. All right. That's why I hate using pens, because I hate getting stuck. Hate it. All right. Look at that. This lined up. This side lined up way better than the other side. I have to make an adjustment, but I won't be doing it tonight. All right. Now I'm at the top of the other tie, and I put my needle in, and I am now making sure that my tie is laying flat in the middle, because when I cross over, that's exactly what it's going to be. If it's bunched up, it's going to be bunched up. If it's laying flat, it'll be laying flat. All right, and now we coming down the other side. Oops. Oh, okay. This side, I feel like it's coming out a little bit better than the other side, in that it's lining up a little bit better. So right. For those that are hanging in there, we are so close. I am made it through the other side of the bodice. And making sure these seams are lined up. And oops, take this one out. Oops. Oh, make sure I don't. All right, and just like that, we are we have sewn all the way around. Like I said, this side turned out a little bit better, more lined, I guess I should say, than this side. I feel like this side I could have pulled it up a little bit more because I have a little bit more of this fabric, whereas this side is like literally to the top. So I may fix that later, but we're not doing it now. Okay, so now that we've done that, they want us to understitch. Okay, pin the back opening edges together above the, let me see. Yes, okay. Turning lining back. Okay, so they want us to understitch the lining, pin back the opening, using an adjustable zipper foot stitch. Okay, so now they just want us to go down the side where the zipper is before we turn it. So we can do that also. As I mentioned before, I have this little extra. So I'm going to be cutting that piece off. But for now, I'm just going to stitch down. Just to the skirt part. And then I will fix that piece later. Ooh, we don't want you, do not want to be stuck. I did go into the zipper. That wasn't good. Yes. We don't want to be in the zipper. We need that to be free. Yeah. So let me just take this piece out. I know I'm going to be opening this back up, so I'm just really trying to do this just so I could show you how the dress looks. So I do have to, this won't zip in while this went into the zipper teeth. It actually I crossed over the zipper teeth. I'm like, ugh. All right, there we go. All right, so we got that out. So technically, if I wasn't going to open this back up, I would stitch all the way down to the bottom of where the zipper ends. But I'm not going to do that because I know I'm going to have to open this back up. So I'm only zipping, I'm just sewing down the zipper on the bodice part. That's all I'm doing. All right. All right, so I did one side and now I'm just going to do the other side. And that should give me the ability to be able to zip in it. And so it will appear to be a finished dress because I should be able to zip in it all the way up. Okay. All right. So the last step that I didn't do, which if I was going to finish this, if I didn't have to adjust this little piece right here, I'm going to have to take off. I would basically have stitched all the way down to the bottom of the zipper. But because I know I'm going to have to do that, I don't want to have to seam rip that whole part in light of the fabric. So now that we've done all that, basically I'm going to turn it right side out. And I would be understitching too, but I'm going to turn it right side out. And I'm also want to fix this piece too, where I know one of the straps and bodice is not as good as the other one. So I'm going to, but this is, and I of course press it and all that, but I am basically going to be putting all of this inside part inside of the dress. So this is the inside of the dress. This is the outside of the dress. Again, you can't really see the full form of it because it still has to be pressed and all of that, but I've done enough to be able to put it on and zip in it, I think, so that you could get a feel and I can get a feel. I'm just pushing this out. This is like the corner of the bodice. Again, this is where the understitching helps because it would have, and pressing, make all this lay down flat. But I'm not doing all of that until I make sure that we got everything the way perfect. If time was not an issue, I would be taking my time and kind of sorting all those things out. But we've already been here 4 hours. So I'm just going to make sure I can zip in this, which I believe I can. Yes. So I'm going to go and try it on so you can get a feel for how it looks. Yeah, I'm going to try it on and then I'll be right back. So 4 hours, 4 minutes, a little over 4 hours. Okay. I will be right back with the completed dress. You can see the lining is a little bit longer than the actual dress itself, but that's okay. We'll be trimming that down. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna put it on the dress form so that you can see it because I do need to make an adjustment to the bust part because remember I mentioned earlier that one side I got it all lined up and the other side I didn't. So because it's a plunging neckline, you definitely have to have that part right. The size is right. The size is 100% correct. It is the dress is beautiful. So what I am going to do is I'm going to put it on a dress form because I feel like I can show you um, exactly what I mean once I put it on the dress form. Yeah, I was trying to figure out how I could like come out here with it on, but it was just it was not good. So I was like, ugh. But it is so cute, and I am gonna fix it because I do want to wear it tomorrow. I definitely will have to cut at least an inch off of the bottom. So that is helpful for the fact that the lining and the lining is longer than the main. But again, part of this looks a little bulky because I do need to press it out. But again, that's the last step. Okay, so here we go. So here is the dress, and it is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, if this neckline wasn't plunging and it wasn't so much, I would definitely put it on for you to see because it's beautiful. But like this, which one is it? Yeah, this one is the good one. So I got it all lined up. It kind of is exactly where it needs to be. Once I press it out, it's going to, it's going to basically be lined up. This one you can see is kind of extra saggy because this fabric needs to be up here so it can be tight. And this dress form isn't as big as I am, so you can't really see it as much, but you could see it a lot. You could see it a lot in person, but basically it's saggy and it needs to be more form fitting. So yeah, once that's done, the back looks really good. It's all, lined up. Again, I need to press it. Once I press it, it'll be fine. And then, like I said, the bottom, and this still has to be closed up, but the bottom, I'm going to cut at least an inch, maybe two off the bottom, which will make these line up. And then I'll hem it. It's on the floor, so it's going to probably be able to be ankle length. But what I will tell you is that this dress is absolutely gorgeous. It is something that I feel like you could wear to a wedding. I mean, it is nice. And if you pick the right fabric, it is really nice. Right here, this is kind of bulky because, again, this is where the interfacing is, and I haven't pressed or understitched any of this. But what I will tell you is that I'm very happy with the way the dress turned out. I need to make a couple of small tweaks, which again, I'm really glad that I did not sew that whole zipper down because I would have had to take it out to fix this part. Again, understitch is going to be really important. It'll help all of this lay flat. So I'll likely press and understitch all at the same time so that I can have it just be nice and laid and flat. But yeah, it turned out really good. I'm very happy with the way that it turned out. Yeah, I have no concerns with the way that it turned out. I'm very happy with the way that it turned out. Very, very happy with the way it turned out. So anyway, yeah, I have no concerns, and I think it turned out beautiful. I would make it again, and take, when I could take my time and do it. I think it is going to be a dress that's going to take you probably 3 to 4 hours to make and prep. It took me probably an hour to serge all of the pieces. It only took me probably about 30 minutes to cut out everything. It's only 7 pattern pieces, but you have linings and fabric for many of the pattern pieces. In fact, all but 2, you have both lining and fabric for. So it does take a little bit of prep time to do it. And then obviously it takes a little bit of sew time. So I would definitely say this is not a fast pattern. Even if you sew it off of live, you should be prepared to spend at least 4 hours sewing this dress. But it is beautiful dress. The sizing is true to the pattern. I cut a size 18, and I would say that this dress absolutely fits me. It's maybe like a little bit on the looser side, but not anything where I'm going to go down a size. I think it's just, it fits loose. So put it like this: if you wear it to Thanksgiving and you eat dinner, you're not going to bust out of the dress. That's how I will explain that. But yeah, that is basically it. I appreciate all of you for hanging in there and waiting until the final product or dress is done. Again, I have a few tweaks, but you get a feel for how the dress looks. Unfortunately, I just couldn't wear it because the neckline is too much plunging, and without having that support there because the one is uneven, I thought it was just not appropriate to kind of wear it. But you get a feel for how it looks on the dress form, and this is definitely how it looked on me, or will look once I fix the side, and it will look probably even better once I press everything and it's laying down. I think it looked better. And I'm not a flower person, but I absolutely love this fabric in this dress. I absolutely love it. And it fits really, really well. If you don't like a plunging, because it definitely comes down, if you don't like a plunging neckline, this is not the dress for you, because you will have some exposure, so just be mindful of that. I'm sure there are things that you can do to minimize that, but you're going to have some side boobage showing. But you could possibly add more fabric or gather less and then allow it to come more into the middle. So that is something that you could do. But we didn't do that. So we do have, this dress does have, plunging neckline, and it does go down to about right here below your top of your diaphragm, or like right here. So anyway, thank you all for staying. And I love the dress. I recommend it, but it's going to take like 4 hours to do. So just keep that in mind. Anyway, stay tuned. And when I finish the dress, which will probably not be tonight, probably be early tomorrow. And hopefully I'll be able to wear it out tomorrow night, and you'll get some pictures. So thank you. And I will see you all next Friday, where we have something a lot easier, a lot quicker. Bye, everyone.